Hello. Ah, sorry about that. I had an error on my patch panel. So I think we're good. All right, okay, how you doing? I'm going to carry on with this. Hey, Refly, how you doing? Good to see you. Yes, here we go again. So a few days haven't been on. It's just because of work. I was on site at work. So okay. So this is where we got to, in case you were wondering. We have a Greek letter. So in the original design, you know, the game worked like this, that you had to go and collect the letters in order. In effect, you're flying your ship around and it's running out of fuel, and to refuel, you've got to pick the next letter in the sequence. And then in order to, because it's kind of good to have shots, you've got to be able to shoot, you need something to shoot at. So what you do is you shoot at the enemies, and the enemies are Greek letters. There's no particular reason for it being Greek letters, other than, I guess, Greek letters are sort of connected with mathematics, and I wrote this game while I was at school. So I do remember a little bit of that being part of it. Shoot the alpha, the beta, the gamma, and the delta. So, hi John, how you doing? So there'll be 4 enemies of increasing difficulty, and what I'm going to do right now is, I don't know, I either can make the enemy shoot at me or I shoot at the enemy, but let's do the collision detection with the enemy. I think that's a good idea. So, as I'm flying around like this, there'll be, oh, I can shoot. I have 2 shots available. There's an alignment issue, a little, but I'm not going to bother with those little details. That's something to deal with later. Now there is a bug right there. It's like, how can I pick up the alpha? And that's because I cheated. Just to check the graphic of the alpha, I put it in place of the letter A. In place of the letter A. So let me change that back a minute. So this is on the sprites image, number 20. Oh, where did I do that then? I don't see where I changed the letter A. Maybe I hardwired it in the initialization phase. Got to find that now. Move for letter A, initialize ship. I'm looking at the wrong code. You know, I think what I'm going to have to do is just, I have things tied into Emacs so I can open up projects, and the projects was opening up as a courtesy, the test.a file, except it's no longer a courtesy, it's a distraction. I'll just go into the Emacs configuration file here. We're going to do atom here. When I set up the project, instead of doing that, it needs to call open main.a. Let me know if the wind is annoying you. I've got a bit of ventilation going, but we have a bit of a coastal wind. Right, and then, so if I go there and do this again, now we actually have the right file in there, and I'll just switch it into ASM mode. There we go. So in alternate universe, there's a version of this game where you collect numbers in order and have letters as enemies. This is plausible. The problem is then I might have to call it numberoids, which somehow feels a bit disturbing. I'm not entirely sure about numberoids. And why are the shots still going? That was odd. Not sure why I still had shots. Maybe. Oh, I still have some kind of bug with the shooting. You can hear the sounds, can you? Edgar Allan Poe. Absolutely. The tale, or what about the tale of the ancient mariner? Where's is that? Isn't that from? What's that from? The Tale of the Ancient Mariner, and the Albatross, and I don't know. The Tale of the Ancient Mariner. It's the longest major poem by English poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and nothing at all to do with the albatross. Albatross around my neck. Oh, it is. It's the rhyme of there is the albatross around the neck. It is from the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. For some reasons, I thought it had something to do with Ulysses. I'm not exactly sure why I thought that, but glad I sorted that out. You mean the Ipswich? You mean the tale of the Ipswich midfielder? Oh dear. Yeah, very good. So, yeah, I was just trying to figure out how. where is it? Where is it that I make the alpha, the omega? No, the alpha, the alpha. Oh, it's here. I was for some reason. Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Somebody made me do that. Whoever it is out there who made me do that, thanks a lot. So, where are we at? We're at 27. Yes. If I. So the alpha is the 10th sprite, which I'm going to put in here. And what I need to do is start having enemy letters. So num enemies, num shots, num sprite, none, num enemies. I'm going to have one. The total number of sprites is now plus the num enemies. And then the number of entities equals num sprites plus num shots. Okay, letters index, and then we need to. Why are you doing that? Enemies index is equal num letters plus num ship. No. Why did I have num ship? There's one ship. Oh. I need to check this because it's like num ship. Yes, in theory num ship, but the ship has 16 sprites. Nothing uses num ship. So we're going to get rid of it. And then num sprites equals num letters plus num enemies. No, actually, num ship is 16. Oh dear. Num sprites equals num letters. No, that's not true. Not plus num ship. The ship is treated. Oh dear, I'm all confused. Hang on. Let's put this back. I'm getting the sprite images and the actual sprites confused. So as far as the sprites goes, there is one number ship sprite, and then there's the shots, and then there are the enemies. And I put the enemies, num sprites, yeah, okay, num entities, num sprites plus num shots plus num enemies. And then the enemies index is the num letters plus num ship. That's the enemy index. The shots index is also num letters plus num ship. So that's a bit of a problem. So why do I have that? Oh. Yeah, thank you, John. So, yeah, shots, image, sprites image, 2710. God, where did I put the shots with initial positions? Shot, ship, and shot 1. So I put actually the 4 shots. Yeah, what I'm having confused in my head are the images of the sprites laid out in memory, and then the actual sprites as in the logical things that are animating slots, and I got the two confused. So in fact, it's like this: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and a ship. These are the kind of logical sprites. And then here we have shots, which means that the enemies come here. The problem with that is I can only have one enemy at a time. It's a bit disappointing. But if I have 16 sprites, that is correct. Well, that's good enough for now. I'll worry about having multiple enemies at once in the sequel, because I think the original only had one enemy. Maybe. Well, we'll just start with that. So what this means that the enemy index enemies index is num letters plus num ship plus num shots. I don't know if that breaks anything. Let's try it. Well, can you hit enter? Thank you. Well, what that's done is I seem to have the letter A is restored, but I seem to have an alpha there, which I'm wondering about. That's from the sprites image where I put this 10 here. This is a shot, 10. And so this has left me with a letter A. And, oh, look, a shot appeared after the ship died. So I have a little bug there as well. I need to figure that out. But these are the 4 shots. And then the enemy. 4 shots in the enemy. And so and I disable the sprites. I want to know why. Let's try this again. Yeah, I still have a letter A there. That's this guy here. If I change that to 1, it will have a letter B in the middle of the screen. Sort of modified by also a shot that's hanging around there. So I want to understand what's going on with that. I say num shots too. Really, there should be 4 shots. Now more weird stuff is happening. You've got a weird thing going on with that letter A. So I'm not too happy about what's going on here. So I'm just going to undo it all. As everything I just did in this session, we come back to the beginning again. There we go. And now we have this little alpha. I turn it back into a letter A. And then I have 2 shots. When I look at num shots, where is that used? Update shots, num shots. Okay. I will eventually need to have shots shot by the enemy. So that's why I've got 4 shots, 2 from me and possibly 2 from the enemy. Let's just go back and just start again with num shots equal 4 and see what happens. Okay, that's all good. Nothing bad happening. And then what I need to do is have num enemies equals 1, and keeps wanting to reformat this thing. Enemies index is equal to num letters plus num ship plus num shots, num letters plus num ship plus num shots. You see, I try to do too many things at the beginning instead of doing one thing and check I haven't broken anything, so I'm going back to that now. So if I've got the enemy index, will be should be 15. So that's number of letters, which is 10, plus the number of ships, which is 11, plus the number of shots, which is 4. So that will be 15. And now, yeah, what I'll do is put that enemy on the screen stationary, like. It's this one. So it's going to be at coordinate, I don't know, 100, 100. And not disabled. Disable the sprite. We have the sprite flags here. Yeah, it is not disabled. So just doing that should cause a sprite to appear stationary on the screen, and the image for that sprite needs to be 10, which is the letter alpha. That didn't happen. Now, there may be because I had an entities. Plus num enemies. So that might be the issue there. No. It still doesn't like that. Let's have a look where I use num entities. Oh, I don't seem to use num entities anywhere. I don't seem to use num sprites anywhere either. Oh, I know why. It's in a different file. When I move sprites, so the master for how many sprites we have is num sprite. So that does need to be that. But now I don't remember what I use num entities for, so let's... Entities are things which are animated, if you will, as I don't know why I have a separate number of entities as the number of sprites. Why did I do that? I think it's because I changed my mind on the way things work. So I'm just going to change this to num sprites because I don't think there's any difference. Num spr. And get rid of num entities. Let's see if this breaks anything. Well, there's the answer. Yes. It broke stuff. All right, let's undo that. And that's also broken. Not very good. All right, so all the way back to the beginning again. Got to try again. Aha! Look at that, it's still broken even though I did an undo. Ah, that's because of this num entities. And now it's probably back to, yeah, okay. I think it's because, all right, I remember now, the entities are ordinary sprites, but the shots are special. The shots don't count as sprites. That was the point. Yes, one of the disadvantages of working in a very constrained system is that it starts becoming, you need to be more careful about what you're doing and then understanding how things are, because everything is like hardwired. Any comments? So what we have is the num entities equals the total number of sprites or shots or anything else that have physics in effect. Num sprites equals the number of ordinary sprites, and I don't like this mode. It's really annoying. Num sprites equals the number of ordinary sprites. Num entities, num sprites, num shots equal the number of shots which are drawn differently to sprites. Now, because the enemy needs to be a sprite rather than a shot, it needs to be grouped together with the letters, and currently they're split apart, which is a bit annoying, so I'm going to have to reorganize that. But what this means then, I have 10 letters, I have one ship. Let me put a comment in here. This is going to be the logical sprites rather than the sprite images. We have 10 letters, one ship. We're going to have 4 shots. We are going to therefore have the number of sprites. Right, I haven't said what num sprites are. That's num spr. The number of sprites needs to be the number of ordinary sprites, which is num letters plus num ship plus num enemies. There is no technical reason. It's just that I'm using ASM mode in Emacs, and that seems to have some peculiarities. So for some reason in the editor, I find it rather annoying. But when I do a single semicolon on a blank line, it puts a double semicolon and insists in putting it there. If I do 3, it puts it over there instead. If I'm on, if I have some highlighted stuff here and I put a semicolon, it just jumps to the end, and then so we can put the comment at the end. If I see if I do that, then it's the behavior of the editor. I'm not used to it. So I've just figured out that if I do, yeah, it's just more visible. Hi Alan, how you doing? It is more visible. Are you going to be doing some BBC programming? That would be cool. I'll have to move on to that eventually as well, I guess. Num letters is 10, num ship is 1, num shots is 4, the number of sprites is therefore, where the sprites are the number of ordinary sprites, the number of letters plus the number of ships, which is just 1, plus the number of enemies. The number of entities is the total number of sprites or shots or anything. So that's going to be the number of sprites plus the num shots. So it was already correct. Then we have the indexes. And why it wants to put them here, but there we go. We'll do that. We'll go with this, what the editor wants here. So the ship index is going to be actually num letters, because there are 10 letters, so therefore it'll be, and the ship is the one after that. The letters index is 0 because they start at 0. The shots index is the num letters plus the num ship currently. I'm going to just make sure that this didn't break anything. Oh yes, I've had some problems with RAM chips. The ACORN Atom, my ACORN Atom seemed to be fine, but then I was having some weird issues, and so I ran a kind of RAM test on it, and I had to in the end replace a couple of RAM chips. Those are the two 114s on the ACORN Atom. I don't know if they're the same on the BBC Micro. But that's great. Yeah, I can't wait to try this out on the on the original hardware, which I will do. The problem I have is that the lab is a complete tip again. Anyway, shots index, and what I want to do then is have enemies index, and the index for the enemies is going to be something in a minute. Because before I do anything, I want to check if things are working normally, and then why is it not compiling or assembling? Syntax error on line 559. That feels a bit random. Oh, in sprites. Oh, stray character. Okay. Sprite 759. Okay, so the problem I have at line 759 on sprites.a. .cs2. I'm not sure why that happened. Value not defined, num enemies. Where? Yes, indeed. Num enemies is equal 1 for now. One enemy. It seems to be running. So what do we have? We have a little bit of a weirdness going on. How will I sort this out? Oh, that's a good idea, John. I can, yeah, that would be good if people want to code on it. I mean, I'm using the Atomulator, which actually you can't see that it says Atomulator. So this window here is something called Atomulator, which is an ACORN Atom emulator, as you might guess. And I've got Emacs, and I'm using the Acme assembler. So you can use any editor. And then when I hit F5 on here, I've got a script I can execute commands from inside Emacs. So it runs a file called do, which we can see here. So this is a script, and the script is doing the assembly, and then it is actually, what I do is I use the assembly language to create an image of the data that would be in a file that you would load off tape. And it's done directly without any other tooling. It's literally constructs the header in the assembler, which I thought was clever. So by doing that, I didn't need any other tools. So it does a hex dump just to display down here for reference, as you can see in the bottom window of the editor, but that's not necessary. Once it's outputted that, it puts it into the MMC folder of the Atomulator, and it's calling it Letteroids here. And then I automatically run the Letteroids by using an AutoIt3 script, and that script just activates the window and sends key presses to it. So that's how it starts up automatically. So it's a very simple thing. That's all there is to it. But it might be good to do. Maybe I will do that at some point. It's a good idea, John. Go a video on that topic. So the problem I have right now is I don't understand why I've got that letter A in the middle of stuff. And the other problem is the number of entities. Oh, I know why. It's because, as I said, I need to sort of change the order in which I've got things. So what I'm going to do is go back down to here and just indicate this. At the moment, we have 10 letters, the ship and a shot. But it's actually ship and an enemy is what it's going to be. I'm going to put the enemy at 100, 100. That means then I can get rid of that one at the end. And then these are the shots. But, you know, they can be 0, 0, 0. I gave them values just for testing. Because when you shoot them, that's when they will appear. So if I do that arrangement, which should be fine, the only other thing is that I need to change which ones I disable. So I have 10 letters which are enabled. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, the ship starts off. Oh no, not disabled. These are time sliced, so it only moves 1 per frame. That's the ship, and then I disabled these sprites. Well, these are the shots, start off disabled, so I'm now moved them to the end. So this one here is my new letter, which won't be disabled. So having set that up, I think, are we good? The ship index? We'll see. Yeah, that's terrible. No! A disaster. Why? Why? Oh dear. Num sprites equals num letters plus num ship plus num enemies. I'm not doing so well. Not doing so well right now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try and do this a different way. Otherwise, I'm just going to carry on going round and round and round in circles. Put it back. Oh, 0 and 8, that's what I did. And I have to make it, and for this to make sense, I have to make it work that I can go and say, I have no ships, I have no shots, and I have no enemies. It's probably going to be freak out, but it didn't freak out. I've got a bit of a mess here. But other than that, it seems to be running. So what I'm going to do is tidy that up. So that basically I've disabled the shots, the enemies. The only thing I have are the letters. and then I'll slowly introduce the features back again. Oh, we're okay with spelling mistakes here. Although I know it's like when you're a teacher, it's just like you really don't want to make any mistakes. So yeah, so if I've got that, what the mystery I need to figure out right now, oh, right, is why I have some noise on the screen, which has come from that. So to be sure, it's probably in the initialization before it goes into the main loop. So what we'll do is we'll do a jump halt. I'll put a jump halt here. It's just going to do the initial setup of the, you know, position of the sprites. I'm not seeing any noise that time. I'm also not seeing the letter A. Is that because the letter A has the wrong, yeah, the letter A, sprites image, should be 0, so that we're not using the alpha there. So I have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and I see no noise on the screen. So that's interesting. I was expecting it to be a problem with the initialization. So what I'm going to do then is try going through one cycle, one vsync followed by the draw here. So it will do initialization and one main loop, and we'll see what this does. Okay, now I can see there is some noise here. This J seems to have repeated itself. We need to clear that up. I need to find out why it's doing that. Well, I mean, you know, as I'm always saying, I don't have a debugger. I can't even print logs. So here we do the classic move the halt up one and see if you still get it. And yeah, I was saying no, but in fact I can see there's a little blip on there on the J. That's not good. So we'll just take that. It's how I'm draw. It's a shot, right? That looks like a shot, and that would happened after draw shots. So that kind of makes sense. I'll put the halt here. This move the halt up is like moving a debug breakpoint, except that there's no debugger. So just put it in and recompile. But when you can see that when the reassembling it and running it is as fast as this, then it isn't so bad. This is misleading from making the game on the ACORN Atom natively, which is how I made the game originally, because it's much harder, because you have limited amount of memory. You might not be able to fit all the source code in at one time, and it's slower to assemble, and saving it to tape is really slow. Maybe one day I will do it that way, just to show what it was like. But anyway, I think there I'm not getting any noise. But if I do this here, then I am going to get something appear. There, it's on the J again. I don't know why it's hanging around the J, but that draw shots, it's drawing them for some reason. So what I want to do is look at where those shots are. And I've set bit 3. That's what 8 represents, bit 3. I've set that for those 4 at the end, those should be the shots, and they should all be disabled, and so they should not draw. Now, that's the assumption, but I did just move them. So if something was hardwired and not using shots index, and that's the problem, the shot index is wrong. That's why. It comes at the end after the enemies, so I need to say num enemies here. So I'm hoping that will get rid of that noise. I think it did. This is an H and an F on top of each other by the looks of... Oh no, it didn't. That's okay, it's just two letters on top of each other, but look at that J. It's a bit messed with, isn't it? So we carry on and look at the shots index. Where do I use that? Yes, that is actually a pretty good analogy, John. So I'm still writing the code for the ACORN atom. That is the same code as I would have written back then with a different dialect of assembler. But yes, back then it would have been more like typing it on a typewriter. It's exactly right. On green striped continuous feed paper. You could say it's more like punch cards as well. You can use that analogy. If you, as you go back in the history of computing, you get more and more typewritery. So even more typewritery than typewriters is where you have a machine that is like a typewriter, where you enter in the code and it stamps out a punched card. Or even before punch cards, you would have a paper tape. That would be fun. Get a paper tape machine and connect it to an ACORN atom. Totally pointless, but it would still be fun for a little while anyway. So what I'm looking at for here is what's happened with my shot index. Where is that being used? In ship shooting. But I'm not shooting anything right now, so it wouldn't matter. It's on update shots. Load shots index plus num shots. So that should work fine. And then I don't have anything else in there. So what I'm going to do is go to the graphics engine and check. When I draw the shots, it's the shot index plus num shots minus 1. Compare shot index. That looks right to me. So it's something else. It be something else. So, well, draw shots. Let's just make absolutely sure. I put the halt in front of draw shots. I don't see any noise. Or do I? What's this up here? On the F. A, B, C. I'm struggling to see how C and F together would create that dot. No. That looks like a corruption. I think I have a problem even before I draw the shots. The thing is that it's random, which makes it harder to... Let's backtrack and I'll put the halt before the loop. A video player to pick up, which I want to connect to my 486 PC. Which printer are you thinking of? Ooh. A, B, C, this, yeah, right. Before rushing into saying it's all okay, look carefully at the C and the E. And what do we see? Yeah, they're sort of touching each other, but that isn't the way they would cancel out, is it? Or is it? Oh no, that is the way they would cancel out. That looks all right. That looks all right. And we keep going. Okay. So, tell you what, let's go update shots. I'll put the halt after that update shots. Do I see noise on the screen then? No. No. So that looks all right. Update ship, update sprites. And then move sprites, and then draw shots, and then halt. What do we get? Yeah, there's a corruption right there. It's on the J. It looks like it's drawing a shot. So if we look at the draw shots function, we see that it's taking the shots index plus num shots minus 1, and we can see what those settings are up here. The shots index is the number of letters plus the number of ships plus the number of enemies. Number of letters is 10, number of ships is 0, number of enemies. Oh. Bad thing I just did. I've kind of mixed initialization modes. So what I did was I set these off in here, disabled them here. Well, that only works if they're the ones that I'm actually using. But everything's shifted over. I tell you what though, I need to change the way I allocate these sort of slots for things. Rather than trying to be clever and putting the index as a kind of, they shift around, I need them fixed. The ship index is 10, that comes after the letters. The shot index is got to be 12. So it's 12, 13, 14 and 15 are the shots. The enemies index, there's only one enemy. It's going to be at number 11. I think that might help. I still have a dot. Okay. The shots index is 12 now. The number of shots are 0. What does that mean? Think hard. What does that mean? The problem is that the way these things are set up, if you have 0, the loop will execute at least once. All right, so let's put the number of shots to 4. And I don't know if numship is actually even used, to be honest. Let's just use to calculate the number of sprites. I put the 4 shots back and I've disabled them downstairs, right? And now I think that the thing has gone. This is terrible, but at some point I might refactor the project to make it less terrible. It looks like that's fine now. I'm not getting any noise on the screen. I think I've sorted out my... All I was trying to do was add an enemy. Okay. So let's get rid of the halt instruction and we'll run again and see what happens. So all my letters are now moving, which is great, and I don't have any issues. There's no ship because I disabled the ship, so I'm going to try re-enabling the ship with numship. Will that do anything? Right, so now we have a ship. I'm going to turn off collisions just because. Oh, handle ship collisions. So that turning off that will be. Damn this editor. Right, comment out handle ship collisions. And now it shouldn't matter if I run into things. It does mean that eventually I will run out of fuel and I will die. So we can do... I've got the fuel routine is here. So I tell you what I'll do. I'll create a function called handle fuel. Handle fuel RTS. And look, a little bit of refactoring here. Just going to take this and I'm going to do JSR handle fuel. And, well, I will comment it out in a minute. I want to make sure that it works first of all. So there we go. Let's see if we have fuel functionality. It's there. I'm going to let it time out so that I'm testing the fuel functionality properly. But what I don't want to do is sort of turn this feature off and then come back in a week or day or whatever and go, how comes that doesn't work? So yeah, the fuel is still working. It's all good. When you run out of fuel, the ship blows up. Comment that out. So now it will just continually run as much as it likes. And I can steer the ship around as much as I want. This for testing, it just stops me having to restart the thing all the time. And even shooting is working now. I didn't expect shooting to work. But actually I think that's okay, because yeah, it's okay. Shooting is working. Now, from this, I want to introduce the enemy. So for enemies, I have up here the number of enemies is 0. Let's just check what happens when I turn this on. The number of sprites increase, which also increases the number of entities, but it's not going to change the shots. It should do nothing except that it's going to draw whatever is set for the enemy, which is going to be here. There's the coordinates will be 100, 100 for the enemy, and then the sprite's image going to be 10 letters. The ship, these are the shots. This is going to be the sprite for the enemy. I've only got one slot for an enemy at the moment, and if I make that 11, 10, I think it will be the alpha. I want to see an alpha appear, please. Okay. Oh, he's racing along as that alpha. That's fine. It's because he's doing that because there's a velocity set clearly down here, up here somewhere for that. So yes, the X and Y velocities are these low and high bytes for each sprite. And let's just check 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ship. It's actually this one. So if I do in the same format, oh right, the same format as up there. These are the shots which I'm going to initialize to 0. And shots here, initial velocity of 0 for these sprites as well. And then over here we have initial velocity of the ship sprite, of the enemy sprite, I beg your pardon. And anyway, we should have a nice alpha there that is now stationary at 100, 100. That's looking good. This is all making sense now, because you know, I mean, following, the trick is always to have things making sense. And one thing that you get trained really hard in doing when you are programming on this type of hardware, you know, where your debugging facilities are limited, and incidentally where also a mistake when you're writing on the original hardware could cause memory to get erased, which will erase your source code. That's very painful. You learn to be very, very careful and try to always make sure that at all times your code makes sense. Now, there's a lot of talk these days, well, a lot of talk. There's a lot said about continuous integration and the idea that you should always have your game working and not in a broken state. And you learn that really hard here. As you can see, it happened just now. My game was okay, well, I pulled out of that. I'm now in a sane state. And basically, if you're not in a sane state, you need to drop what you're doing and focus on making it sane. And the funny thing is, it's just as relevant today as it was 40 years ago. And this is what I mean when I say that there are the actual skills of software engineering, practical software engineering, are universal. Anyway, enough on that. We need to get that sprite to move, that enemy to move. So to make the enemy move, I can... let's see, what can I do? I want to make the enemy move. I can just give him a velocity. So we'll do that. Let's give it a small velocity in one direction. That's the Y velocity low byte. And it didn't do it, so why not? That's because the low bytes are not with the same arrangement. So let's try again. It should work this time, I think. No, you see, so here we are. It's not making sense. I've got to stick with it till it does make sense. I put 64 in the sprites Y low byte. So this should cause the thing to move vertically at about 1 pixel every 4 frames. But I'm not seeing that. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This I've got the wrong number of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ship enemy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ship enemy. I think the others are okay, but I should 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. I'm going to check them all. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. But we'll have 4 down here. I know if they're all nicely aligned, it would be obvious in a moment, but I mean, that takes time as well, right? It's still not moving. Okay, I officially declared this now because I've had 2 things that I fixed, and without changing the thing at all. So this is now, yeah, we now have a groundhog bug. Still not moving, refuses to move. So at this point I go, okay, damn you. Well, let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ship enemy. Now I know that the enemy can move. We saw it move. But I'm using the low sprite. Damn, and that's the problem. I'm using the wrong column. This is the low byte of the Y. So what I did was I shifted the position of the alpha by 1/4 of a pixel, but didn't set the velocity. It's YL is the low byte of, because I'm using fixed point here. The original didn't use fixed point. I hadn't invented it for myself at that time. No internet, couldn't look it up. I couldn't ask ChatGPT. How can I get any movement in any direction and any velocity when I don't have floating point math on a 6502 that doesn't even have multiplication and division? You could try asking ChatGPT if it knows, but it took me a year to think of how. Probably, I felt like a year, I don't know. I was in a chemistry class, not paying attention to the chemistry, when suddenly I realized what the solution was, and it was so stupid. It was to have subpixels, or at least that's the way I thought of it at the time. You use a higher resolution than the resolution of the screen, but in effect that's the same thing as fixed point. Well, anyway, the problem here was that I did that to the position. If I wanted to change the vertical low byte, it's this one, W for Y and V for X, low byte, 64. And it's complaining. What's the problem? No value given, error line 674. Seriously? 674. What did I do? I put a comma at the end of the thing. I better count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I want 12 there. Right, 16 in total. 12 plus 4, 16. Okay, good. Let's see. And there we are. 1 pixel. It's funny how it looks like it looked like it was moving slightly to the right, but I don't think it was. If I want to make it move slightly to the right, I would put in a value here. I'll put in a small one here, like 16. There, it's sort of like drifting a bit to it. So that's working. Do you need? Thank you, John. I wish I had seen your comment sooner, but we have banished the groundhog bug. In this case, it was due to programmer error, editing the wrong line. John, you did call it. You had pointed it out before the error appeared. You know what we need? What we need is, I need to reinstate, I need to bring back Hal. And then what we could do is that when you say something to Hal, it rings a bell to grab my attention. Oh, Dino, over here. Look behind you. Very nice. It is like pair programming, but it's like pair programming where one of the pair pretty much ignores the other. All right, so what we have now is the enemy is able to move, but I want it to move like the enemy's moved, as far as I can remember, in the original game, which would probably have been, well, first of all, I know it's limited to one of 16 directions, even though now, because at the time I made 16 directions by moving once every 2 frames in one direction and 1 frame in the other, and by doing that kind of pattern you can construct 16 directions which are almost slightly different angles, but it's good enough, right? That's how the ship is working. And that's why when you go diagonally, it goes faster. But I'm staying true to the original design. But those enemies need to also move in the same way, and then with a random change. So I'm going to do some AI for the enemy. So yeah, you want to do AI for the enemy? Start with random numbers. because they work. So that should be good. I've got a random number generator, so we should be fine. I've got a table that I can use to convert a number between 0 and 15 to any of those directions. So the time has come for doing enemy behavior. What I'm going to do is have it so that every so often it randomly changes direction. And then to really get interesting, it could possibly also weight that randomness towards the ship. But that's what I did for the game Astro Tracker, which came out on the BBC Micro. That had enemies that would they'd fly around like this in the same kind of way that I just said, but they were the random thing was weighted towards you, so they had a tendency to sort of move towards you. We're not as bad as pair programming pen pals though. Wow. Probably, yeah. Let's do. So, I need to do an enemy behavior. I will call it. I'll put it here. Enemy behavior. So if we do enemy behavior, lovely, right? RTS, right? Enemy behavior that does nothing. We've got a question of which sprite. So even do I just hardwire it? No, I'm not going to hardwire. I'm just going to do load x immediate shots index, and I will use that. So then later, when if I want to have more than one enemy, I can on the screen at the same time. So first thing I want to do is create random intervals, things happening at random intervals. So what I should probably do is call the randNext function, but I just set, okay, let's do randx save x, randNext save x, which saves the x register. So I've calculated some random number. I'm then going to compare this. Already can see it's not optimal, but I don't care at this point. It's like, you can do fine optimization later, right? So what I'm going to do is compare. No, I need to load the value. So I can load a, what's it called? The rand, if I remember rightly. So that will load a random value into the accumulator. And then I need to compare the random value in the accumulator with some value. And this is classic way I have done this. This type of code is actually also in Kickoff and so on, which was written in assembler obviously as well, but 68,000. But the pattern is really simple. You load the random value, you compare it with another value, and if you roll under, inspired by D&D, you know, played it a little when I was at uni, but very inspirational. But yeah, you basically rolling a 256-sided dice, and if you roll under the value that you set, then the thing happens. I'm going to pick a value of 10 here, so I'm comparing the number that I've got with 10. And now we want to branch if it's between 0 and 9. Well, if it's between 0 and 9, then you're taking 0 and 9 and subtracting 10. So this is going to go negative. Well, in fact, actually, it's going to borrow because it's a subtraction. And you can tell that it's borrowed if the carry flag is clear. It's in reverse for subtractions. So the borrow flag is normally set to 1. And if it becomes 0, it means there was a borrow. So there's a borrow if it's triggered, which means if the carry flag is clear, it was triggered, which means if I do branch if carry set, that would be the more likely of the occurrences. This means don't do the particular action. I'm going to jump to EB1, and I just put a label here, EB1, and what we'll do is I'll just put a jump halt here. I just is testing, because what I want to do is get to as quickly as possible to something I can test. And so what I'm going to test is that it will just halt when the trigger occurs for changing the velocity of the enemy. And I need to call that in the loop somewhere. So we've got update sprites, update ship. I will do update ship, and then update, well, what did I call it? I've forgotten already. I called it enemy behavior. I really should call it update. Well, maybe I'll make a function called update enemies later. So we'll show our enemy behavior. And what I'm expecting to have happen now is it will run for a bit and then just freeze. In fact, it did it immediately. So that meant I rolled under 10 on my 256-sided dice immediately. Let's try and put a value of 1. Let's put a value of 0. Let's see, if I subtract 0 away from any number, I will always... it will never happen. Probability of 0. Just wanted to check that. So yeah, that's good. I'm going to set it to 1. So this would mean... Oh, you published a link. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, there's a few more. Welcome if you're new to this recreating of a game I made in 1980 for the ACORN Atom, my first assembly video game. A variant of it was published called Astro Warrior, where the publisher didn't like the letters, so I ruined my game by getting rid of letters and making abstract shapes instead. But there we go. Ah, look, it stopped. Because what's the probability? Okay, it's a bit loose when you do this probability calculation, because this random number generator isn't very good. But as I've said before, I think it can be nice to use shoddy random number generators to give your game character. So theoretically 1 in 256 chance, which is going to be on average once every 256 frames, which is going to be around about once every 5 seconds on average. So that's actually looking quite good. Now what's going to happen is that when that occurs, the enemy will change its direction, because I've just given it some kind of arbitrary hardwired direction for the minute. But I'm going to make this say 4. It's going to happen more frequently. Boom. Okay, we'll just try it like that. So when it hits this, then we need to get our random direction. Now when you call rad next, it's actually randomizing using a pseudo random number generator that runs in 3 bits, I think. 3 bytes, not 3 bits. So I can get rand +1 rather than running the random number generator again. I'm just going to get the next byte. So I'm going to load that next byte in, and then we're going to AND this with 15 because I want 16 directions. So I masked all the bits off except the bottom 4, like 15. Or if you like, we can do it in hex and $F or 0F, right? Same thing. And then that we need to do an arithmetic shift left on. Why? Because I want to multiply it by 2, because there ain't no multiply or divide instructions directly. But you can multiply or divide by 2 by shifting the bits. So I arithmetic shift left the bits, that's multiply by 2, and then I can read the velocities out of that table, which whatever I called it again, I need to find it again. It's this table here, directions X and directions Y. So I can load a directions X comma what. Now I don't want to use X because I'm using X up here for which, you know, sprite, which enemy I'm working with. So let's transfer that index, which is now 0 to 15 times 2, into the Y register. So then I can get the load A directions X, Y. This gets confusing because the registers are called X and Y, and then we're dealing with X and Y as coordinates. And it's, yeah, it's a bit annoying because that's not the Y of a coordinate, that's a register. So we load A directions X, that's the low, that's going to have loaded the low byte of the Y velocity that I want to set. So I need to store that into sprites, what the X velocity. Did I say Y? I meant X. Sprites V low, that's the X low byte the low byte of the X velocity. So I store it there, indexed by X this time, because X is the index of the sprite. I need to do 4 of these, and then I know it's quite dangerous to do copy paste because you know, this one is loading the high one, which then goes into VH, and then this one is load Y, which goes into WL, and then +1, which goes into WH. And this should do it. We're going to see. Put Y and X for fun. Yeah, if you want to transfer X to Y, you have to do it through the accumulator. So you end up doing TXA, TAY, or TYA, TAX. See, but one thing, there's always tax, TAX, that it always exists. I always remember thinking that when I was working tax. A reminder of the reality of life. It should move. It should change direction occasionally. Can we have that? It's gone off screen. Here it goes. Come on, I really want to see you do this thing. It's being very stubborn. It's not moving. Okay, so at this point we'll try making the roll higher. I'm going to make it 128, so it would change direction once every 2 frames. And we pretty convincingly it's not working, so now I need to look at why. The shots index, let's just make sure that that is something sensible. That is 12, which is wrong. No, I said shots index. Oh, no. Anyone see the problem? It's not shots index, it's enemies index. Yeah. Let's try that again. Come on, you can. Oh, look at that. That's interesting, isn't it? Because I'm looking at that and going, not very random. It seems to really have a preference for, like, you know, the old northwest and southeast. So I need to figure out. I need to figure out which of it is that. It could be just the dodgy random number generator, or it could actually be a bug. How do we test it? Well, we hardwire. What else can you do? I suspect it is actually a problem with hang on. No. I've seen it in the code. Can you see it in the code? I see it. Load A directions X, load A directions X plus 1, load A directions Y, load A directions X plus 1, Y plus 1. Right, let's try that again. This is much better. Now, funny thing is, you look at the behaviour of that, and it will remind you of something, a very famous game. Which game? Defender. Especially when the mutants. So that's fine. So the idea then is that I'm not going to have it move that way, but I mean, I could have an enemy move that way. It becomes possible to even now start giving things character, you know. But that's what should happen, is that we have the enemy and we need to shoot it, and it's going to be shooting at me. And I mustn't crash into it. It's kind of, where's my shots gone? I haven't got the shooting mechanism in there yet, but there we go. But that, I didn't have an enemy move like that. Also because I couldn't I didn't have the sprite power back then, because it was my first. I wasn't as experienced as I am now. I think my limit was 2 sprites. I think I probably got to 8 in PAL mode. I've got 6 in NTSC mode. With PAL there's more time. So anyway, what we'll do is get this to probably something a little more like the way they were in the original game, which would have been something like this, except that in order to in order to be able to move it, it was time sliced with the other sprites, because I didn't have the CPU power back then to draw. I couldn't do that. So what I did was I had it time sliced along with the other letters. Now I could time slice it along with the other letters, but that's actually going to be more work than just to slow it down, I suppose. I have to think about this. It's like, how much do I need to stay faithful to the original design? The thing was, it affected the design because it meant that the enemies sped up when there were fewer letters on the screen. I have a mechanism for making it time sliced. So my hesitation was just that, will it work with a gap? But I think it will. I'm going to try it. So this sprite here is the ship, but this is the enemy, and these are the letters. Theoretically, it looks scared. You know, I could probably do a version, thinking about the power of my sprite engine on the ACORN Atom. I could do a version of Defender. It wouldn't be a complete replica of Defender, but it would be enough that you would recognize it was Defender. I might have trouble with the bit that would be tricky. Having said that, the bit that would be tricky would be getting the terrain. I don't even know if that would be possible. So I take that back, because I don't know how to do the terrain in the amount of time I have. That would be tricky. But what I can do is I will, but I believe in there's 2 things. There's like, do a recreation of the original that's faithful to the original, and then take it further, because that becomes an interesting exercise. It's like, how much of it was the limitation was the technology, or the limitation was my expertise? And of course I'd never find out, because I gave up on the ACORN Atom and moved to the next shiny thing with the BBC Micro, which is a shame in some way. But yeah, I do intend to figure out how to push this to the limit so that it becomes like a demo scene thing, except it's a game. I'm going to turn on the slicing bit on here. So this, if the system works, is going to be an interesting test. That alpha is going to get time sliced. I do need to update though, for that mechanism to work. We need to have a slicing cycle. The slicing cycle is the num letters plus 1, because I'm adding an enemy to the slicing cycle. Yes, exactly. See, what's interesting is how far you can push it, right? Imagine how far, because then it's how far could I push the BBC Micro? Oh, look at that. Yeah, baby. I've been watching a lot of, I'm rewatching all of Kojak. So I think it's a great series. So if I sometimes say things like, yeah, baby, that's why, you know, or tell me about it, or who loves you. And this is good. This is really good. This is just the way that it was. And but what would happen is they would come from the top downwards. So you would be busy sort of doing your job, trying to clear the zone, refueling all the with the letters, and suddenly you would see the enemy creep down and it starts shooting at you. Oh, yes, that's really got me now. That's like, it's so, the advantage of actually slicing it is now it's the actual correct speed. And we can see that, I mean, I've got a pretty, it's moving pretty frequently. Let me see where that was. Oh no! My mouse wheel is getting, don't you hate that when your mouse wheel starts getting stuck? Horrible. Let's see, so move sprites, enemy behavior, there we are. I'm going to maybe reduce the frequency. No, that's the wrong one. I have 6 out of 256. I'm going to change it to maybe 4 out of 256. Yes, this is maybe even still a bit too much. We're going to go down to 2. So now you can imagine that now shooting at you. And so now at this point the video game comes alive, because up to this point it's just you refueling and it's all up to you. It's against the clock. There's no antagonism. Yeah, sure, you might mess up, but when the enemy starts coming and starts firing at you and you're trying to refuel at the same time as you're dodging the shots, and then the letter that you're trying to refuel against the clock, you have to get to that letter, but there's a damn enemy near the letter, and the nature of the thing is the closer you are to the enemy, the more dangerous it is. So then you're going to have to shoot the thing. Then you're trying to shoot the thing, but another letter comes and blocks your way. So it starts becoming quite intricate. Right. G502. I don't know which one I've got. I mean, I like this mouse. It's sort of the multicolored. It's one of these things. It's okay, but I've had it for a while. It's wear them out, you know. So next, it's the next piece of functionality is getting that enemy to shoot at you. even if I don't have the collision detection yet. So to get that to shoot at me, I need to do another random number check. And I'll do that here, actually. I used the first byte of the 3 bytes of the random number to check for whether I should change direction. But I will use the here. So here I will use the last byte. So that's load a rand +2, and that was the 3rd byte of the random number generator. So you save time this way by using all the bits, right? Otherwise I'd need to call the random number generator multiple times. That's tricks you don't even think about these days. You go and call the random number generator. You need 3 numbers, you call it 3 times. But if that's a performance hit, you can always consider just call the random number generator once and pull the bits out that you need. But anyway, I'm going to do a compare immediate to $what. This is another check like the first one of how frequently it's going to fire. I'm going to use 8, so it'll be pretty flipping frequently. So we compare that with 8, and it's the same thing. It's branch of carry set, but to a different label. I could make that EB2. I'm just using enemy behavior 2. It's like you could make it more wordy, but then it actually gets less readable. Always buy the coloured versions of gaming mice. They will be cheaper. Okay, that's a good thing to think about. Do they have a crushed strawberry colour? Like this? I guess it's crushed strawberry. No, it's not actually. It's not. It looks crushed strawberry on the camera, but it's actually, yeah, crushed strawberry. It was all the rage at one time. I'm going to put a jump in here to another halt. So this will halt when the enemy wants to fire at you. Like there, it was going to fire. Then the question is, which direction do you fire in? Now, if you're doing that in using fixed point and you want it to just fire at you, it's actually not too hard. As long as you're not too fussy about the speed. But I didn't have fixed point. What I have to do to recreate the behavior, and I want to recreate this behavior because it was interesting. The enemy could only shoot in 16 directions. So the algorithm I used is that it would figure out what the closest of the 16 directions are, the algorithm of which I now have to write. No, I can't use ATAN2. But having calculated which of the 16 directions was the closest, it would then randomize between that and 2 neighboring directions so that you would have a spread of shots. And this was very powerful. It was probably more powerful than just shooting in one direction, because if you shoot at the optimal direction and the player turns their ship, then that's no longer going to work. If the shots go in a spread, then you can also fire lots of shots, or frequently. You fire the shots frequently. So what actually happens, and it was amazing, just emerged that way somehow. And I learned an important lesson in game design here. Somehow it would create the impression that the AI was really clever. You would be flying because you just ignore the times when it missed. So your ship goes around like this, and it's just so many times you would be flying around like this, and the AI would release a shot, and you just go like this, and boom, and it would hit you. And you'd think, wow, that was... I mean, I knew what the algorithm was. I still had the feeling, the emotion that the AI had been really clever, even though it's not clever at all. It just fires lots of shots, and it just would happen. And because you notice it when it happens versus when you don't, you start thinking that there's a bias to it happening more often than it should. But the really critical thing here is that spread is vital. If you don't do the spread, then the performance is less. You won't get those effects. And I always remembered that ever since. It's like, and sometimes I think that game designers these days should remember this too, or not remember, whatever, should think about this too. Is you can try to improve your gameplay by improving your algorithm, and you are more than likely to make your thing more intelligent, and you're more likely to end up in a kind of uncanny valley of intelligence that really is worse than if you sort of guide what is effectively random. And in a sense, and this is also just part of rock, paper, scissors, and people who say that rock, paper, scissors is basically the foundation of all games, or all variants of rock, paper, scissors. You know, you want to make AI for rock, paper, scissors? The best AI for rock, paper, scissors is just pick one at random. Totally random. Then your opponent is not going to be able to figure out or think about what you're going to do next. I suppose you could add to that some kind of analysis, predictive analysis thing and so on. You could do that. But even if you do, you still have to have that random element. If you don't have the random element, then you become predictable. But anyway, truth, we've got some new people saying, well, I'm sure we've got new people. I can see we've got new people, but they've got new people saying stuff. That's exciting. Hello there, truth teller. So are you somebody who tells the truth, or are you somebody who sort of collects it and keeps it safe for people, like a bank teller? I know. You've got a question. You don't know my name. My name is the name that's there. It should be on the thing. Dino Dini is my name. Maybe my name is not clear. But anyway, my name is, sorry, apologies there. I kind of assumed that wasn't your real name. If it was your real name, you really are called Truth Teller, and I've just made some corny joke. I do apologize. So yeah, go ahead. Yeah, ask away. So what I need to do then, following what I was just saying, is I need to calculate I need to find what the best direction is. And so how do we do that when we can't use angles and we can't use trigonometry and we don't have any division or multiplication? How? And you need to do it quickly. So the way I did it, and spoiler, it's the same thing. I used exactly the same algorithm in Kickoff in order to do a quick calculation of angles to know which way a player was looking, or to look around. I used the same technique, and that is, you can break a vector into any of 4 quadrants quite easily. You check, are you positive or negative on the x and y axes? So that's, you've broken it into 4. Then you can break it into 8 by seeing if the absolute coordinate of the x is less than y or greater than y, right? And by doing that comparison, you can break your 4 into 8. And then you do the 2 and 1. So you go, if I halve, is the x coordinate less than half of the y coordinate? And if the answer is yes, then you kind of have split that 45 degrees into approximately a 30 degree, and then what's left over. And it's not a totally even split, but the key point is the divide by 2, the fact that you can compare a coordinate with half of the other coordinate, because that half can be done with a shift, and so that becomes very fast. I'm going to have to recreate that here. It's a bit of a pain because it's a bit long set of branches as you divide it into the quadrant, you divide it into the 8, and then you divide again into the 16. But that's the way to do it when you don't have any floating point and no trigonometry and nothing else. And I didn't see the message from Truth Teller, but it's been deleted. I can view the deleted message. If I do that, where does it? My question is, I'm going to see. I'm going to check it. Why can't I see the message? Ah, it's blocked by something. There we go. How can... right, I see. So this is obviously a serious question. You know. Truth Teller. Why do you ask such personal questions? Is it that you're trying to solve some problem of your own? I mean, seriously. I'm not the right person to ask about such questions. I really am not. Because I don't have any answer for you, being somebody with a 30-year-old daughter. And yeah, I lost my virginity a very, very, very long time ago. And if you want to also lose your virginity at some point, I'm the wrong person to ask, because I just don't know what that situation that you're in is really like. Not really. I don't know. I don't understand it, and I can't really offer you any advice. But I'm pretty sure there are some good places to go. There are good people to talk to. There are probably even streamers who will talk quite happily with you for ages about this. They're probably people who've got a really large number of followers, and they will be able to give you some very sound advice on how to break through that frustration that you must definitely be feeling. And good luck. Okay. I don't know. It's like, that's the thing about genetics. It's like you tend to think that you, as you know, there's a relationship or a connection between you and the people who created you, like your parents. So if this person is having a particular problem like that, it does kind of raise the question of how did they come into existence in the first place? Maybe they should just count their blessings, because it might have been just, you know, a lucky break to have existed at all. Yes. What do I do? Hide user in this channel. No. This user's message will be hidden. Okay, but how do I hide that message again? I don't know how to hide it again once I've... Put user in timeout. Oh, certainly. I'll put the user in timeout. I'll put the user in timeout. You know, it's like, well, we could... I don't know if I can get to the particular channel. Is there a channel for this user? Oh, there is. He's got 7 subscribers. So, I mean, you know, I'm sure that if he got 7 subscribers, he's on his way, I would say. I mean, you know, it's like on there. I like, what have we got? There's doesn't have any content. One piece of advice is that you need to have some content. It will improve your chances. And then it's like there's no playlist. And sort of you need to be able to have some kind of ability to sort of play in some way. It's kind of, I think, helpful. So maybe you need to work on your playlist. And there's no channels. And, you know, I think that's, you've got to create some opportunity somehow, haven't you, really? And then when we look at it about, joined the 21st of July 2022, maybe it's also a maturity thing is a bit of an issue. It's entirely possible. So I think we've got that pretty covered. And the only other thing I need to do is, it's really important, just bear with me a minute. Oh, he's blocked. Okay, and I think that's absolutely fine. He's in a timeout, is he? Yeah, or she. I don't know. You know, they are in a timeout. Come on, it was a bit of fun, wasn't it? It's so long since I've had a troll. It was so very long. And, you know, you get ready to deal with trolls and you develop your troll defeating skills, and then they don't come anymore, and then it's just like a waste, isn't it? So back to business. Well, I missed that joke. Secretly hopes that Truth has a sibling called you missed that. Okay, you missed what is a fairly rare occurrence these days. And we can only hope that this person will eventually not be so lonely. It's not good being lonely. I'm sure they will find, you know, their soulmate. They will get there one day. It's very easy for people to think that, you know, it'll never happen, but anyway. So I'll get back to this shooting. So what I have to do is create this function that, given X and Y coordinates, will create a direction. I'm not looking forward to this because it's really nasty. And then we have to debug it as well. Yeah. So the debugging part, no, the name of this thing, we're going to call calc direction. And it's going to take, I need to figure out where I'm going to put the coordinates. I mean, I could have it in the X and Y registers. Does that work? Well, look, probably not. I'll end up losing the contents down. I think I'm going to store it in zero-page memory. So to get this into zero-page memory, I think what we'll need to do is we're going to do this in $80 and $81. We all knew he was going to do that, didn't we? Comes on with the name Truth Teller. And anyway, another long day tomorrow. It's okay, John. I understand that. Have a good night and a good day tomorrow. I hope to see you soon. And don't forget to plug any latest literary works that you're all doing. I don't mind projects that you're doing. So $80 and $81, where X is going to be that, and the Y is going to be that. And then to break this down, it becomes a long series of branches. So the first check that we need to do is, are we, you know, how can I do this in my head? I need a diagram maybe. But Oh, we'll just do it in my head. It's not that hard. We'll check to see whether X is positive or negative. Now, the position is stored as a low and high byte, but I really only care about the high byte because precision is not that important. So if we're doing that, I can subtract, they're going to be signed values. Does that work? No, it doesn't. I forgot. Won't work. Because the problem is that the X range is 256, which means that it needs to be unsigned to fit it into that. I wonder how I dealt with that back then. Yeah. Well, the way of dealing with it is doing this slightly differently. We actually pass in the X1 and the Y1 and we work immediately, and X2 and Y2, and we work immediately with them. So X2 is going to be 82 and Y2 is going to be 83. So what we have X1, Y1, X2, Y2. And now I need to see whether I'm at X, I'm at point 1 and I'm going to point 2. So the first thing I can do is load the accumulator with the X coordinate, which is 80. And I compare it with the 82. And then these are unsigned values, but I can check whether one is greater than the other, for which I need to check the carry flag again. So if the target is to the left, that will mean that I am subtracting the target away from where I am, and this will be not going negative, which means that the carry flag will be set. So I think it's branch of carry set. I need to put in, I can put labels in to help with this. This will mean it's to the right. Otherwise, it's to the left. So putting the label here, to right. So I'm comparing the X coordinates, and if the carry flag is clear, it means that we're to the right, and if the carry flag is set, it means there's no borrow, which means we're to the left. And so I've now split the thing in half. Then I can do the same thing in the Y coordinate. So if I load on the accumulator $81 and I compare it with $83, and we do a branch of carry set to top, instead of to the right. To right is the same as to bottom, and we can do that here. So where we go, branch of carry set to right. You can do load $81, compare with $83, branch of carry set to bottom, because the target is below. And now I have one case covered, which I'll put, this is to left, to left and top. And it's literally a case you work through every single one of these cases, and now I need to divide it by the 45. And so for that, it's going to be a case of comparing the difference in the X and Y. Oh, wow. So what I'm going to, so what I can do is keep that, but I can also just use $1.84 for the difference for X and $1.85 for the difference for Y. So now that we've got difference, X, difference and Y. Yeah, actually that might make sense. I can calculate, you see the problem is I can calculate the difference between the two, but I will lose the carry information, which is what I need. To get the unsigned comparison, but then I get the signed value. So what I'm going to do is I will do that later, but first of all I'm going to put the difference in 84 and 85, and then I'll do the comparison. So I do load a $1.80, and then we do a set carry, and then subtract with carry $1.82. The load A, we'll do that and subtract the other one. And then we're going to store A into $1.84. So this is diff in X. And then we need to do the same here, diff in Y. That's going to be load A 81, subtract with carry 83, and then store A in 85. So it seems a bit odd that I'm subtracting the two and storing the result and then doing a comparison. But I think it's the only reliable way I can deal with the, you know, signed, unsigned thing and the limited number of bits I have, and the fact that the screen is 256 bits wide. So having got the calculated the diffs, we do all of this, and so now we are to left and top, and I suppose what I need to do now is see which is the bigger value. So if we are going off towards the top left, both the values are negative. I just want to know which one then is the bigger, and getting that information I'll know which side of the 45-degree line we are, basically. So this will be load a $1.84 and then compare it with $1.85, and then we'll see branch if carry can we treat it again? Can I use plus and minus? It's not, it's risky. I'm going to keep using the carry flag. If I say branch of carry clear, this will mean that there was a borrow, and the borrow will happen. I'm going to just see if I can get which way. If the X is bigger than the Y, if the X, and I'm subtracting the Y from this, if X is bigger than the Y, the carry flag will be set. And so what I'm going to do is put here, I'll tell you what, I can use the compass directions. And maybe that's what I'll just rename these to use the compass directions. So branch of carry set, I will have, let's do this, CDE, as it means it's east. Which means that here I am west. And then if I'm west, this is going to be calc direction for west, southwest. Load A 80, compare with 82, branch if carry set, CDE. So we go east, which was to the right. Otherwise we're west. And when we're west, we compare the Y direction. And it would be bottom, which is south, so we get southwest. To make this more readable, I'll do it like this. Which means this is now northwest. That is what I had in my mind. I'm going to northwest. Now in the north west like that, we need to figure out which part. And so I am doing load the difference in the X and the difference in the Y, and then if the carry flag is set, it means that the X coordinate is bigger than the Y, which will happen if we are CD south west southwest. Otherwise, we're here in the world west southwest. So otherwise, we're here in the world of north southwest. No, it can't be north southwest. I think I got that wrong. Yeah, the one that is west northwest, I beg your pardon. So it's west northwest, but if it isn't west northwest, it becomes north northwest. And we have to split it again. So north northwest is between north and northwest. I think I'm getting this wrong. Hang on. We do west. Means anywhere in the west segment, west side. Then it's northwest is anywhere between north and west, actually. That's the way to interpret it. It's between north and west. And then I compare it with that diagonal. And so then it's anywhere between west and northwest. That's what that means. But if it's the other way, it's somewhere between north and northwest. And the final stage after that is to divide it down further. But you know what I'm going to do for now is I will first of all work out 8 directions, and then I will split them down more after that. I think it's the best way, otherwise I'll be too long before I can test something out. So if I get here and I'm at northwest, anywhere between north and northwest, we're going to return, right, that will get split in the end between the values of 14 and 15. So what I'm going to do is load a immediate 14 and return. And then I need to fill this out until all of these are done. So the next one is CDE. So we're looking at it from the east side. If I load $81, right, so here we, you know what, I know I have that there, but I'll put the comment in anyway. East, it's easier to read that way. So if we know it's anywhere on the east side, what I'm going to do is then see if we're north or south of the east. So that would be this one. And so we're saying, okay, compare the y coordinates and branch if carry set, which will happen if the target is, which is 8.3, is less than, right, so I said branch if carry set, let me think about this again. I'm taking the y coordinate of the target, I'm subtracting that from the y coordinate of the target and subtracting that away. Oh, my brain is getting fried. You know what? I'm going to just not worry about take a guess at the carry flag, and then I will fix it in post. If I follow the pattern I had up here, then basically if the carry flag is set, then it meant that we're going downwards. In this case, it means that we're also going downwards. So it becomes southeast. So I copy the pattern, which means that, oh, hey Kevin, BCS for the greater than or equal to. Yeah, well, yes, you're right, Kevin. Thank you for that reminder. But I will come to this. This is a bit grueling. This I tried to do it in front of people. But that is correct. Yes. So southeast, which means that I must be now northeast. And what I have to do, if northeast, I have to compare the two coordinates again. I'm going to get, whatever I do, I'm going to get the two the wrong way round. So I will, let's get the structure in, and then I can debug it just to make sure I got them right. I'll set up some test cases so I have a plan for how I can debug this. But anyway, right, so if it's on the east, I'm comparing the y, and then we've got either southeast or northeast. And if we're northeast, I compare the x and the y. And in this case, if the y is smaller, that will be BCS, and that happens if it's west, I know which one it's going to be. It's going to be that one. It's anywhere between northwest and west. East. So in this case, why does it do that? In this case, it's not east, between east and northeast, but between north and northeast. North, northeast. And then if it's between east and northeast, north and northeast, I'm going to use 0 right now for that. So low day, immediate 0, RTS. So what's basically happening there is, for the case of anywhere between north and northeast, that's going to eventually be split, so it becomes 0 or 1, but I'm just sending the lowest of those for now. So this first routine is going to give a value between only even numbers between 0 and 15. And then I can, once that's working, I will add the further split, that split being comparing by half of the value. It's gnarly, but there's really no other way of doing this, I don't think. So, okay. North, northeast. And then we need to expand more of these labels. So, because I've only done 2, but I need to do 6. So let's do CD east, northeast. So we get to east, northeast. And this is enough to load. I can do this one immediately. I've got down to there. It's 0, 1, 2. This is 2 RTS. So when I get to 3 letters, I've got the solution for now. We'll get to 4 letters for the final one. So I've got that one done. I should start getting a bit easier now. If any of you are spotting that I've got any of these in reverse, but the problem is that when you're comparing in the negative domain, it's an additional sort of inversion of sense along the chain. Anyway, so if I do CD, calculate direction southeast. So at this point we're in the southeast section, and what we need to do is compare X and Y here as well in order to split it further. So in this case, if I subtract the Y away from the X, the carry flag will be set if the X is greater than the Y, which is going to be the case between west and southwest. So we can do west, southwest, which means here we are anywhere between, flipping X, a nuisance. Thank you. I need to just do it once and then it prints it twice. West, southwest, or south, southwest, which is where we are now. And south, southwest is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So low day, immediate 6, and RTS. So these are giving back the direction in the A register. And if it's CDWSW, oh, this debug editing mode is really annoying me. If it's there, then we can load it with 4 and RTS. I'm halfway, or a quarter of the way there really from the whole thing. So the next one is this should have covered everything to the which one will it have covered? Everything to the west? I've got to review it. This was east, which means here we're west. This was west, 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 but this one was east. East, east, east. This was east. And this was southeast, and suddenly I went west, so that doesn't make sense. It's actually, you compare the two, 6 would be east, southeast. I just named that wrong. Because I was handling the west one, so this one is south, southeast. And so south, southeast is 6, east, southeast is 4. I can go with that. That makes sense. What's the next one that's undefined? I've got southeast. See the east, south, the west, southwest. I could just try building it. Value not defined. C. So we can do CD southwest. So if we're doing the southwest one, it's anywhere between south and west. We need to compare with this thing again. Compare the X and the Y. And now we're in the negative sense, because we're in the west side where the coordinates on the X are negative and the coordinates in the Y are positive. And there's no way I'm going to get that right first time. So I'll take it, just leave it as it is, and we'll fix it as we go. Right, so in one case we split this to make it, say, west, south, west. That's anywhere between west and southwest. Or here we are south, southwest. South, southwest is 8. And RTS. Otherwise, we'll do that. And I need to figure out how to reconfigure that. So this one is west, south, west, and we load 10 is that one. So I think that's going okay. And then we'll just compile it and see that we are missing west, northwest now. Oh, this is, it must be a better as-in mode, assembler mode. As-in mode menu. What's that? Thought it'd give me some options, but anyway, whatever. Patience, we'll just do it patiently. Right, so this is going to be west, northwest. And again, I need to compare it with the size of the coordinates for the diagonals. And hang on, didn't I already do that? Let's see, west, northwest. What was west, northwest? I already did that comparison. I'm trying going too far here. West, northwest, we've arrived. So 14. Low day immediate 14 RTS. Okay, it apparently that was done. I mean, so I need to just check it now and fix the sense of some of the comparisons, as I know they'll be wrong. Well, let's do a little review. So I start off not knowing anything about it, but then I compare the X and Y coordinates of the 2 points that are coming in, and dependent on, we either go east or west. After that, I compare the Y, and so then in this case we were west, and now we're either southwest or northwest. If we're northwest, we compare the size of the X and the Y, and so the choices are west northwest or north northwest. And here we think we have north northwest, and west northwest was down here. On the other hand, if we were not west, then we're east, and if we're east, we can compare the Y coordinates and see what we get from that. So if we're choices from east are either southeast or northeast. So in this case, if we're northeast, we compare the X and Y coordinates together so that we have a choice within northeast of either being east northeast or north northeast. Either one of those returns a value. If we were not northeast, it means we must be southeast. If we're southeast, we can compare the X and Y differences, and then we're either east southeast or south southeast, each one returning a value. We had southwest, which means up there somewhere there must have been a southeast. Right, I'm not sure how we got to the southwest. Let me just see. Oh, it's up here. It was either northwest or southwest. So here we're southwest, in which case we compare the X and Y differences to result in either between west and southwest or south and southwest. If it's south and southwest, we return a number. Otherwise, if it's west, WSW, west and southwest, we return a number. Otherwise, we return a number. There should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Missing RTS. 6, 7, 8. There are 8. I think this is the half one done. Now we need to test it. So in order to test it, probably good to set up a test case. I think I'm going to just hardwire it and then see the result. So this is the unit test, so sort of. And then once I've got that working, then I can further split it down to get my 16 directions, and then we're done. It's a bit of code, but it's actually quite efficient once it's done. So to do this test, I'm going to not require any any of the main loop or anything. I'm just going to literally here, literally, not here at all, literally after the clear. Let's keep using the word literally for literally no reason. All right, LDA immediate 128. Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. So look, 128, store A $80, load A 128 again, just so I can change the number, store it in 81, 81, and this is from and then we need to do 2, 2, 2, okay, and this is going from there to a test case thing, which is going to be 128 plus 0 and 128 minus 10. So we're looking at going from 128, 128 to 128, 118. And that, in this case, should give me the answer 0. We will see. JSR to calc direction, and then store a $8,800. And you can read the pixels on the screen, especially if I also do load a $55 and store that in $8820, which is the next line down, and then I'm going to jump halt and we'll see. All right. And what we have is it's returned not 0 at all. That is 4. A way to read that is there's 2 bytes, 2 nibbles, 4 bits each. Actually, to make that clearer, I might just add another bar in here. So this is going to be, say, 0F and store it on the line further down. So there we go. And well, I can make it even more clear by leaving a gap. So I'm literally looking at the pixels and reading it. That's a good one. So I can see immediately from there that the value that we have is 4. That isn't what I expected. I expected to get 0 for this test case. So let's take a look. The test case that I had here was both the X and Y from are 128 going to 128 and 118. So I will be loading these and calculating these differences, and maybe I could just display those as well actually, but I'll do that in a minute. I'm more interested in this part first of all. If I've returned 4, load A immediate 4, we can see it thinks it's east southeast. It's just completely wrong. Yeah. So I think what would make sense at this point is I can insert returns in here with values that I can read on there in order to do the debugging. Yeah. So which branch did it take here? What would I expect it to take? Well, we're comparing the X coordinates and they should be the same. Let me add another thing in here and then I can compare those two. So we've got, right, there's the bug first of all in the test case. That's the problem with doing test cases, doing unit tests. You always put bugs in your unit tests. So that was storing it both in 8081. It was a meaningless result. Let's run the test again and see what we get. This time we have got a 6. That's because it's 0000 on the first byte and then 0110 on the second byte. So that's 6. Yeah. Now if we look at what returns 6, it would be southeast. Again, doesn't make much sense. Well, let's start from the beginning. What do we expect in here? Which way did it go? Because I can't put breakpoints in. So what do? I want to know which branch it took here. Load A immediate 255, or let's do -1, same thing, and then RTS. And just to ensure I remove it later, that's just for diagnostics. Does it take that branch or not? And the answer is no, or at least it doesn't seem to. So seems that it branches down to this point. Oh, that's really annoying. So when I'm here, I'm going to do another similar thing. Low day, immediate -1. Oh. RTS. I must get, because I need to verify that something makes sense here, I need to get -1 back here. If I don't, it means that my logic just now has been flawed in some way. There, that's a full line there that you get. So it's all bits set. So basically, it thinks currently that the solution is to the east. Now, one of the issues is, of course, the comparison that we have here is the same value. We'll confirm that. But the first test that we had was comparing 80 with 82. 80 is 128. 82 is also 128. So it is going to be a zero difference, which is being interpreted here as being east. And given the fact that to go west, I would need to have it go negative, I think that makes sense. But let's try making it go to the east. So what I'm going to do is go from to, I'm just going to add 1 to that 128 and we'll see what we get. So it no longer thinks it's to the east, and yet 2 is definitely to the east. I'm going to put the y to be the same. We'll just check what we get. We're still getting, actually that value is 10. But let me reinstate this. So I'm checking the first if statement, the 2 branches of the first if statement. Let's try again. What would it, well, okay, what do we have? Here we have a full line. So what I'm going to do is, maybe I'll represent that as an FF for the full line. And if it goes to here, we'll do $F0. These are not valid return values, so for diagnostics. And yeah, this is a good way to debug it. It'll be done fairly quickly, I think. So we can see from here that in this test case, it's gone here because it's not east, it's west. And is that right? No, it's wrong. It's east. The one I have in mind is that the target is to the right of the source, and so that would be an east, which means that after, despite my deliberations I had here, that was the wrong way round. And we try again, and now I have F0 returned. So basically it has gone to the east side. It says it's east. Good. Now I remove what is effectively a breakpoint, and we continue running, and we'll see what we have next for this particular case. There was a case where the y's are the same and there's just a difference of 1 unit in the x in the going east. It's returned 0, 1, 0, 0 or 4. So 4 says east. It's anywhere between east and southeast. Anywhere between east and southeast. And that is correct, because it is actually dead on east. And so I think that looks good. And we'll just, we've got to test all the 8 cases, I guess. So let's try 10 and 10. Now this is going down directly southeast, in a southeast direction. What do we get? We get 2, which feels wrong. because 2 is heading towards the north. So let's see what we get. Do we go east or west? So that's east, and this one is the west. So we'll just make sure that that didn't change. So I'm getting F0, which means it's east, so that's correct. That's fine. And then it does, right, we'll get rid of that. And if we're in here and then we end up, so I know that it goes to that point, and then, but we end up with 2, which is east northeast. But I believe it should have been southeast, because both I incremented the X and the Y. That's going down and to the right, so it should be a southeast. So I think where did I check the south? North south. Did I ever check the north? Oh no, it's here. It's here. It's this one. I think this is the wrong way around, so let's change that around and we try again. And now I have 4. 4, which is east southeast. So it's 0, 1, 2, east southeast. So that's plausible. So what I will do is, we're right on the edge of, you know, because it's on the edge case. So what I'm going to do is just increase the X a little more to make that 11, and then it should be unambiguously, well, I'll get 6 back. So it says south southeast, but in actual fact I should have 4 as east southeast, which means that I think I've got them all reversed. That should be the other way around. So now I have 4 and it's returning east southeast, and that's correct for that situation. Well, that's looking good. If I put this back but only add 9, now I am going the other way, and we should see it return 6 instead of 4, and we do. That's 6, so that is working, and I need to keep track of which ones I've tested. I'll tell you what, I've verified that, oh, it won't let me do that. I verified this one. How's that? I fully verified that one, and I fully verified this one. So good with that, and we just move our way around. So I want to check either side of east. So if to do that, I can add 10, say, to the X and add 0 to the Y. And so that's heading exactly east. And what do we get? We get the answer 2. So let's see what 2 is. East, northeast. This is plausible. I'm not going to argue with that. We're heading directly east. It's anywhere between east and northeast. So then we'll check the boundary between those. If I add a little bit to the Y, we'll be going down. So this should actually be more south. And and we'll see. We get 4 as the answer. That is east-southeast, and that is good. It was already checked, but that's good. If I do -1, then I'll go the other way. It'll go up. And the answer now is 2, which is east-northeast. 0, 2. 1. That's correct. So that one is checked. And now we'll go and look for the next one. In effect, I've just picked somewhere to start. I started at southeast and I'm working around counterclockwise now. So we had southeast. I've checked east. I need to check northeast. So if I want to go directly northeast, it's +10 in the x and -10 in the y. So this is a test with it directly northeast. And the answer that we get is 2. Directly northeast is east-northeast. A little suspicious because I can't have the boundary condition the same on both ends. Well, we'll see. If I add a little bit to the x, we'll be going more towards the east. What do we get? We get 2, which is east-northeast. That's still okay. If I only add 9 in the x direction, then we need to be the other side of the diagonal. What do we get? We get 2, which is east-northeast. So that's actually not working. Seems like we get east-northeast all the time. You try just to really make it clear on there. If I'm only moving the x coordinate a bit over 2, I'm expecting to get 0. So I think that we just have to swap this. I may have to go around again to check. That's the nature of it. Yeah, the bits are clear. So this is what I would expect in this case is 0. So this one is verified, but this one isn't, because that might have changed the behavior of that. So let's go around. I'm going to start again, because that change may have changed things. So I'm going to start again, and we're going to go with north. So that's 2 minus 10 in the y. So we're go in the north, and what do we get? We get there 1 0 0 0, which is 8. So direction 8 is we get this for south southwest, and so that's like very wrong. It's like we're going north. We're absolutely going north. We're not going south southwest. So let's let's see. Where did I put the north and south? Which is, there's a check here for that. I'm going to put in A0 in here if it goes to that one. No, that's just 8. So it didn't do that, so it must have gone to here instead. No. Well, that's odd. Let's take this off. I'm going to just trace this back then, because we've got a return value of 8, and the 8 is here, anywhere between south and southwest. How could we get here? This is the comparison of the differences of the X and the Y. This is the label that it jumped from, where it said, we know it's west, and it's either northwest or southwest. So it must have jumped in this case. So we know it's west. Well, let's see. We'll do F0 if it gets to there, which I don't think it will. No, I've got 8 again. Well, is that correct? But should it go here? We knew it was to the west. Although the x coordinates are 0, do we know it's to the west? I don't think so. Let me take that out and did we execute that? Yes. So this gets executed. The test is compare 8.1 and 8.3, and in this particular instance 8.1 is 128 and 8.3 is smaller than that. So I load A with 128 and then I subtract a smaller amount than that, which means the carry flag will be set and it branches the wrong. So this one's the wrong way round. Let's try that. This time I get E0. Yes. Really? Or 0E. It's 14. That's not so good. To get 14, it would be this one. And I have a store A here. 820. What's that doing there? I'm not sure why I'm writing to screen memory here. That's a bit confusing. This was a debug test. Debug code. I'm going to get rid of it. I don't think it matters because I think it was getting overwritten again anyway. So I'm still here. It's basically saying north-northwest. Now it could be north-northwest, except that I believe that when the two values are the same, we should be getting, it should be taking a path. Well, let's just check that. If we compare the x's together and the carry flag is clear, right, so if they're the same, the carry flag will be set, and so then it is west, so that is correct. So that looks fine. Okay, so now what I do is I move the line a little bit to the right by 1 pixel and we should have 0. I'm expecting 0 now. Okay, that works. And then if I move it 1 pixel to the left, then we should have 14. We've got 14. So I've tested either way around north. Let's test either way around the cardinal directions, the main directions. So that would be 128 plus 0, no, plus 10, because we just tested north. I'm going to test east. which is 0 difference in the y, and on the x is going to be, say, plus 10. The direction, what we should get back for this is 0. That's not correct, because we should be going east. Oh dear, I knew this would be tough. I need to go east, so let's check the test case. I stored this in 82 and 83. 128 plus 10, 128 minus 0 is still 128. I've moved in the x positive in the east direction. I would be expecting like 4. So the first test that we do is, well, let's see. If I do this, do I get FF back? No, I do not, which means that it correctly selected the east path. And just take a moment to confirm that. I should see F0 returned here, and yes, I am. So that was fine. And then we take the east path, and then I am loading 8.1 and 8.3, which is comparing the y coordinates. I compare the y coordinates, and if the carry flag, so which one does it do? Does it go here or not? Let's see. I should get A0 back if it reaches that point. Yes, I've got A0 back. So it does. It doesn't think it's southeast, so it thinks it's northeast. This looks fine at that point. Node 1 for east. I could get 2. 2 would be a good answer. How'd I get 0? Yeah, it's returning this one. I can confirm that it's returning this one by, say, putting 5.5 in there. We should see. That's not 5.5. Oh, it is if it's not decimal. If it's decimal, it's 5.5. In hex, that's 5.5. So that looks like this is the wrong way round. I feel like that's silly because I feel like I changed it before, but let's just go with it. Now I've got 2, which is what I would expect in this case. That particular check shouldn't change the first one. And what I need to do now is check around that east. So if I do +1, it's going to go slightly to the south, and I am getting back 4, which is correct because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And 4 is what I would expect. And if I go slightly up, I would expect to get 2. So we've checked north, we checked east. I'm going to do a test case for south. Load A 128 and store it. Sorry, yes. Keep that the same. I'm going to add 10 to the Y. So this is a south test, and it's coming back with 8. Now, 8 is plausible for a south. I don't think we can complain about that. And if I add 1 to the X, then we're going to go a bit to the east. And I would expect 6. And 6 we've got. That is 6. So that's fine. And if I am going to subtract 1 pixel from the X, we are now going more to the west, and I would expect it to stay on 8. So those 3 are done. I'm going to check the west direction now. So for checking west, we can go negative in the x, and in the y we're going to stick 128. So this is directly on the edge case of the y, and we get 14 back. So 14 is west northwest. It's plausible. It could be. It's a boundary case. So now we check. If I increase by 1 pixel the target by 1 pixel in the y, it's going down because y is reversed. Yeah, it's going down. So we would expect to see 12. It's got to be 2 less than that, right? So we expect to see 12. I'm only seeing 8. So I think that one is wrong. We need to see why that one is wrong then. So it's returning 8, which is southwest, when really it needs to be west-southwest. So I'm just going to do what I was doing before and just say, okay, it's the wrong sense for that. Let's flip that around, and we'll try again. And now we should have 12. No, 10. I've got 10. We've gone from 14 to 10. So 8. Is this slightly? Yes, 10. Oh, yes, no, this should be going not, it shouldn't go as far as 14. It should be either 10 or 12. So I think this is right for that. But when I put dead on west, what do I get? I get 14. Now that's wrong, because it should really be 12. Do I even have a 12? I have 2 14s. Look at that. Miscalculation. That should be 12. Ha. I now have 12. Let's just recheck that one. Is it 12? And from there we can have 14. So that makes sense. Let's just check either side of that line. So if I add a little bit to the y, by 1 pixel we're going downwards, and I should expect to see 10. That's correct. It's gone down by 2 to 10. And if I subtract 1 in the y, well, you should expect to see it remain 12. That makes sense. So let's check those cardinal directions again, because otherwise all of that work is going to be for nothing. So I'm going to go and do minus 10 on the y. I'm expecting to see 0. And as I'm doing this, the picture in my head gets better. Actually, I said 0, but I got 14, because it's either 14 or 0. And now I can force it to be 14 by moving a little bit to the left, and that's 14. And then I can force it to be 0 by moving a bit to the right. Damn. Moved a little bit to the right and I have 2. North is now broken. I knew this, it would be like this. North is now y. I've got, it should be east, northeast. That happens when we compare these two. All right, well, maybe I didn't test it properly before. So let's try again. And that is going a little bit to the right, and I've got 0. If I do -1, then I'm going to have 14. Then we check around east, +10. The edge case going east is 0, and that's wrong. So there's a deeper issue. So I'm going, because if I put this, oh, la 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 la. Yeah, this should be returning 0. It's just a little bit to the east of north. It should be returning 0, but instead it returns 2. So let's understand why. To get to 2, it must have come from this comparison of the x and y differences, which comes here for northeast. Is it northeast? It is. Well, the problem that I have is the comparison between x and y, between a little bit to the east of north and a little bit to the north of east. A little bit to the east of north. Yes, I have a flaw in the way that I'm checking against the diagonal. When I take the difference between the two here, I'm taking the x and I compare it with the y. And I say if the x is bigger than the y, then, but you see the y is negative. And that's the problem. I need the absolute value. I knew this was going to happen. I need the absolute value of the one that is negative when comparing the x and y with each other to understand which side of the 45-degree diagonal I am. And the problem is that when we're northeast, x is positive but y is negative. I'm doing a comparison that's unfair. So when doing that comparison, I have to be careful, and this is where I may have to, in the end, get a pen and paper out. If I do, I'm going to stop the stream at that point and just actually leave it and do something else and come back to it another day, tomorrow, you know. But the problem is that I don't want to try and do signed arithmetic because I don't have enough bits to do this properly with no bugs. I'm doing a comparison with x and a negative y. What's a good way to check? Right. X and the negative y. When doing the comparison of x and y, I actually need to do the absolute, the comparison of the absolute values. That works. It's like, is the absolute value of x greater than the absolute value of y? And the problem is it's only 8 bits and I've got 256 pixels across the screen horizontally, and I'm trying to do this in a single byte. And so I can't rely on signed arithmetic directly. However, I can check to see oh, hang on. Right, because I subtract. Hey, Alan, thanks. Can I handle the 4 combinations of positive and negative separately? I'm trying to do that. That is the idea, is that what's happened is a series of if statements. So each quadrant can be treated separately. But what's annoying me at the moment is how I can safely check which is the greater unsigned value when I only have 8-bit unsigned values. I'm wondering how I solved this 40 years ago when I was less experienced, and I probably cheated in some way. I suppose there's the carry. So my idea here is to calculate the diff in the x and the diff in the y, but do I need to retain that? One solution to this is to do a 2-byte addition and subtraction, and then the problem goes away because I can just use signed arithmetic, but it's still a bit awkward. So what I want to do is I have 2 signed. I basically need to take 2 unsigned coordinates and subtract them from each other to create an unsigned absolute value. Because the absolute difference between the 2 points can be held very nicely in a single byte as an unsigned value. But in order to calculate that, we need to simply check which one is. I'm overcomplicating it. What I can do is check which one is bigger and then subtract one from the other. And so this, I'm going to change this to, we'll see if this works. But then I'm pretty sure that if I've got the absolute differences, then I can use that in the 4 quadrants to get the answer I need. So I'm going to do the absolute diff. So how do we do the absolute diff? I need to load a $80, compare it with $82, the thing in there. And now if $82 is, if $80 is bigger than $82, the carry flag will be set. Greater than or equal to, the carry flag will be set. But I want to, if I don't branch, it's actually subtracting 82 from 80. So I need it to not branch if 80 is bigger than 82. And if 80 is bigger than 82, the carry flag will be set. So branch if carry clear. I branch if carry clear if it is less than. So branch if carry clear CD 10. Bothered. So we do a calculation, which is simply load the 2, set the carry flag, subtract the carry, store it that way round. And then we need to do jump.cd11, or in here we do .cd10, and I do it the other way round. So in this case I load 82, I set the carry flag, I subtract the 80, and I do that, and then here we have CD 11. Now normally you would do this by doing in effect an absolute function on a signed value. That's really easy. You do branch if plus around a 2's complement, which is simply XOR all the bits and add 1. But I can't do that in this case because I can't rely on the last bit to represent negative. However, by doing this, we just subtract the smaller value from the larger value, and we'll always end up with a diff which is unsigned, and I don't have a problem. So I think this is a good idea. Let's just check it again. I take 80, I subtract 82, and so if 80 is less than 82, we branch to CD10. If 80 is less than 82, and then we subtract 80 from 82 in that case, and we store the result. So I think that's good, even if it's adding a bunch more code. I'm now going to do a copy and paste on here. And we do CD, say 20, and 21, and 20, and 21, and this is the absolute diff in Y, and this is 81, 83, 81, 83, 85, 83, 81, 85, 81, 83, 81, 83, so 85, blah, 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 blah. We shall see. With a bit of luck, that should help. I'd be surprised if it worked immediately. Although having said that, this does seem to be, this does seem to be right. That is actually, for what it's worth, the correct answer for this test case, which is north and a little bit to the right. So let's do north and a little bit to the left. Then that is also correct. That's 14. So that's good. And now we go through them again. Let's go the main directions. So I'm going to go plus 10, and let's just use this. I'm less interested in the edge case than this one here is east but a little bit north, and that one is giving the answer 2, and that's correct because 0 and 1 are between north and northwest, and 2 and 3 are between northwest and east. So that's absolutely correct on that one. Lovely. And then if I add 1 to the Y, it should move on to 6, which is also correct because remember I'm doing 2, 4, 6, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 because I have to add more to split this even further later. I'm just doing the 8 directions for the minute. So that's actually correct. If we go south, to go south, I need to do the test case, well here plus 0 and 10. So I'm adding 10 in the Y, and this is an edge case. This is going down. We have 10. This feels wrong. So what I'll do is go south and a little bit to the east. And what do we get? Here we get 8. And a little bit to the east, it shouldn't be 8, it should probably be 6, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should not be 8. But I got 8. No, it's 4. I'm misreading it. So this is, I misread it. It's actually 0, 1, 0, 0. It's 4. So I get back 4 for this, which is, what was it again? It's south and a little bit. And that's, I was expecting 6, not 4. But all of those final tests need to be revisited because they were all broken. So if I look at what returns me a 4, oh, I'm looking in the wrong place here. So when I get a 4 as the final value, that's on this comparison. I'm just going to flip that sense and just try it, and we'll see what we get. So that's 6. That's good. That's 6. I wanted 6. I got 6. So great. Let's carry on and see what we can do. 6. Let's check east again. I'm just going to keep checking those other ones, just to be sure. Can't check them too much. So this is 4. That's good. And if I do -1, I should get 2 on here, which I do. I got 2, so that's all good. And then if I do -10, so I'm doing the north. Oh, -11, doesn't matter. This one should be 0. That is 0. And if I just go the other side of north, I should get 14. Yes, I do. So that's looking pretty good. And we just did south, and we're going to do west now. So west is -10 on the X. And let's look at the edge case. Might as well. The edge case, exactly along west, I'm getting 12 back, which feels very right. And we will then add a little bit to the Y. I think it should stay. No, that was unexpected. I added a little bit to the Y. Oh, that goes downwards. Ah, sense was reversed there. So what I've got now is 8. 8 is probably incorrect for this one. So I need to change the sense of that, because that was, again, that check that was broken. So what we now have is a return of 1010, which is 10, and I'm getting that for west and slightly down, and then -1 will be west and slightly up, and I should get 12 for this one, and I do. So that's good. So I'll do a final test of all the 4 main directions, and if that works, then I will go either side of the diagonals, and if that works, yeah. So that's done, I guess. Right, so if I do 0 and -10, so this is, we're going north. I'm expecting to get 14, because it's on the edge case. But if I go slightly to the left, I should stay with 14, correct? If I go slightly to the right, we should be at 0. And that was correct. Then we go east. So I'll put 10 on here. I'm going east and very slightly upwards. So I would expect 2, 0. Which one would it be? I'm not looking. I was saying, which one should it be? 0, 1, 2. I would expect 2. And it is 2. So that's correct. And if I go slightly to the south, I expect it to go up by 2, so it should be 4. And that's what I got. So that is also correct. I'm going to keep slightly to the east and going down. So it's the south, but slightly to the east. I should have a value of 6, I'm expecting, and I've got 6, so that's very good. And then if I go the other way on that, I should get the value of 8, which is 2 more than 6. And that's what I got there. So very good. We're going to now go to that way, west, and very slightly north. I would expect to get 12 there. No, I got that. No, very slightly to the south. So I expect 10. I always forget to reverse that Y. So yeah, that's good. And then if I do -1 and it's going very slightly north, I should expect to get 12. And that's that. So that part's good. Now let's check the diagonals. So to check the diagonals, I need to going to start with north east. So that's +10 in the X and -10 in the Y. So although at the beginning this was getting very slow, it was very slow. Now I've built up a picture in my head. I could have drawn diagrams, but frankly it wouldn't have helped. It's like build a picture in your head, and then once it's in your head it becomes more powerful and you start to speed up. So this one here, we're looking at the test case of +10, -10, which is north east, and I'm looking at the edge case at northeast, and it's come back with the answer 2, which is not implausible. Now we'll go either side of that diagonal. If I go -11 on the Y, I'm going to be very slightly above that diagonal, and it should definitely be 2 should be the answer here. Should stay as 2. Oh, yeah. That's okay. It just means I have to swap another sense maybe, or it means I have to stop the stream. We shall see which it is. In this case, very slightly on the diagonal, let me check the test case. I have gone and reduced the Y coordinate a little, which will have pushed it a little bit above I don't know what I'm talking about. It's correct. I was jumping ahead. I had divided the 45-degree cone into 2. No, if you're above that 45-degree line, you're in the first octant of all the octants. The first octant is going to be 0, the second is 2, the third is 4, and so on. No, that's correct. Yay. If I subtract only 9 instead of 10, I will be a little bit below that. I should get the value 2 back. And I got the value 2 back, so that's a pass. Now we're going to do the south east one, which is the 10 and then a 10. We're adding 10 on the X coordinate, 10 on the Y coordinate. This is the edge case. I don't know what the edge case is. I can't even think of what the edge case is. We got back 4. But it's plausible because it shouldn't be, you know, it's only 2 more than 2. It's plausible. Let's check though the thing. If I do add 11 on the Y, I'm going south of the diagonal a little bit. And so this would be 0, 2, 4, 6. I would expect to get 6 back from this one. Yes, I got 6 back for that one. Excellent. And if I subtract 9 from it, I'm going to be a little bit above the diagonal, and so I should get 4. 2 less than 6. Let's see. That's sad. I think that's 2. What on earth am I getting 2 for here? Oh, fool. It was a bad test case. So it's all right. I went to -9. No, we're dealing southeast. We're adding 10 and 10. So before I had 10 and 11. The other case is 10 and 9 plus 9, not 10 minus 9. 4. That's what I wanted. Great. So we're okay for the southeast. Now we need to go southwest. To go southwest, I need to subtract 10 from the x, and I need to add 10 to the y. And we're looking at the edge case, which is, I don't care too much about the edge case, to be honest, but it's 10, which is fine. And now I'm going to go south of the diagonal, and I should definitely be getting 8, and I get 8. Lovely, love it. And then if I add 9, I'm going to be slightly north of the diagonal, and I should get I had 8, didn't I? Yeah. So I should get 2 more than that. So I should get 10. Blah, 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 blah. 10. Superb. So that diagonal is fine. One more check. Exciting. One more check. We're going to go -10 and -10. So this is along the diagonal, which is northwest. And we get 12 back. That is plausible. Now let's go. If I do -11, I'm going even more north. So I'm a bit north of the northeast diagonal, and I would expect to get, we're in 14 or 1110. Yes, that's correct. And if I subtract only 9 away, I would need to stay with 12, and we're there. Okay, so to get to 16, I now would need to split each one of these results that we have. And I think I'm on a roll now. I'm going to try and finish this off, and then that will be an achievement. So what we have is these RTSs is the key here. And let me just get rid of some of this rubbish here, which we don't need anymore. And I don't need, say, that anymore. Get rid of that. So everywhere there's an RTS, I return a value. I need to check, because it could be one more than that value, dependent on which side of a split in the 45-degree cone that you are. So I've got to do 8 comparisons now. The good news is, I think there is only good news actually. The good news is that the thing that I did that gives me the absolute difference of the x and the y, they are still usable. If I do the absolute difference and I know that x is bigger than y, I know that I am below. If this is the vector and I know that x is bigger than y, then I know I'm below the 45-degree line. Or if y is bigger than x, I'm above the 45-degree line. So that's how that works for deciding which side we are now. Now I want to decide this angle. I say, is the x greater than double the y? So it's the same check again, but with just a shift. But because I am now in the land of completely unsigned integers, this works without a problem. That was the good news. So I think it's actually going to, this last bit's actually going to be quite good. Should work quite well. So let's start, we'll just start with the first one. The first one was 14. So it could be 14 or 15. So the difference is between northwest, anywhere between northwest and north. And so to know which way we are, we're going to split at around about a 30-degree angle. We need to see if the let's see, the x coordinate. Yeah, because there I'd say if above the line I'm going, is y bigger than x, and if it is, it's there. But is it even more bigger than x, then it's really up there. So it's like, is y bigger than 2 times x? And it's safer, because 2 times x will cause an overrange. It's safer to say, is half y greater than x? And so that's what I'm going to do for that comparison. So we do load A, the difference in y, and then we do a logical shift right. So I've divided that by 2. I then compare it with $84, so I compare it with the x, and I will test this one case first, and if this case works, then I can roll it out for the other 7. So checking that then is, I do the comparison, and if y is bigger than x, even though it has been divided by 2, then it's 15 instead of 14. So that will happen if the carry flag, bit fatigue setting in now, right? Okay, that will be true if the carry flag is set, then yes, 85, y divided by 2 will be greater than x if the carry flag is set, which means that it won't be if the carry flag is clear. So we'll do a branch of carry flag, branch of carry clear, dot cd, what to call it, cd northwest we were looking at, northwest. I'm going to do it like this, northwest but to the west. All right, is that right? So it's like branch of carry clear, that's if the thing, that's yes, and then I would do load a immediate 15 RTS, and this is the thing that we put here. So now I've got a new direction check to differentiate between directions 14 and 15, and I'm going to test that. That should be quite easy to test. And then the nice thing is that there may be 7 checks or 8 checks that I have to do right now, but they're all independent of each other, so we can breathe a sigh of relief. It means that each one can be tested independently, they won't interfere with each other, so I'm going to be able to finish this off, and that would be great, because I was dreading doing this particular routine, but I think we're nearly there. Let's have a look at the old scoreboard. We're going to do the difference between a little bit north of the diagonal or a little bit east of upright. So let's just try a little bit west of upright. We'll try a little bit west of upright for the minute. So that's north and just a little bit west. And I mean, you know, that should be the 15. I should get 15 for this one because that's all the way around the circle. And I got 15. That makes me happy. Now, the rule is it's going to stay at 15 until I get halfway. right? Because imagine from 0, that's pointing straight up. I'm a little bit to the left, so I'm sure I'm getting 15 now. But if I get to 10, by the time we get there, we're at 14. So the changing point between the two is actually at 15. I think that is because the difference between x and y is double x. Y is a difference of, sorry, 5. Y is a difference of 10. X is a difference of 5. There's one is 2 times the other. That is the edge case. We've got 15 here. So the real test here is that if I do 4 here, I would expect it to remain at 15, which it is. But if I go to -6, I should just be the other side of where it goes into that direction between the two, and I should get 14. Come on. Yes, that's a thing of beauty. I got 14 there. So that last little test works. We are cooking with the proverbial. I just need to do this 7 more times and we're there. The pattern is always the same. So let's look at the next RTS. Actually, I'm going to look for where I'm returning 0, but I might return 1. So we're going to take the same pattern. You take the same pattern. I need to, oh, no, something went wrong with my copy paste there. We take the same pattern, but we need to probably just change which we're comparing with which, right? But so in this case, I'm looking at 0 or 1, and it's the same. It's the mirror image of the one that I just did. Y needs to be greater than, half y needs to be greater than x, which is what I've got here. And this particular one that we get is north-northeast east, I believe, so that this returns 0 and this one will return 1. Oh, stop doing that. Right, load a immediate one RTS and we'll test this case. I didn't put the test case in. So what we do is we're going to -10. Right, this is vertical, and it gives I don't understand that. I got no, it's fine. I've got 15. I was looking at it and it's going, it's an odd number. I'm only moving even numbers. I forgot. I now have also odd numbers. So it's a bit odd that the case where it's pointing straight up is actually registering as 15 rather than 0. But to be honest, that's a subtlety that really, it's an edge case and I don't care too much. If I do, I could adjust it later, but you know, that's fine. What I'm going to do is then just do the +1. So this is slightly to the east. It should be 0 now, and it is. And it will stay 0 until we get to the next edge case. So this is when the x is half the y, and it's still 0. And then just go past the edge case. And then this one should be 1. Oh, look at that. Thing of beauty. Nailed that. Right. Just another 6 more to do. But this is, at this point, the stress is over because this is all very, very simple now. I'm going to copy that there as well. The next one will be 2, so I'll be able to do 2 or 3. Now this is a bit different because the sense is flipped. I'm now going the other side of the diagonal So I think it needs to be reversed. So I do 8, 4 against 8, 5, and then here we will do branch C, D, E. Oof. It's actually E, N, E. E, N, E. Oh. E, N, E. East, northeast. And we're going to go either east. That's 3. Otherwise it's 2. It may be I've got this the wrong way round, but that's okay. I'm just going to test it, and then if it's the wrong way round, I can just reverse it, because as I said, it's not going to be interfering with anything else. So in this case then we do a load A, immediate 3, and then an RTS. So let's test this case, because I think we're good for that. So we'll start from heading straight east, which is that one, and this should give me 3 or 4 or 2. What's that? It's given me 2. Does that make sense? I'm suspicious about that. 2. The one I did was just, no, it's 2 or 3. Yeah, I think it should probably give me 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. This should probably be 3. It can't be 2. So the sense of this is I need to reverse it. So let's try this. It should give me 3 this time. It did give me 3. And now we are going to increase the Y, which is currently going completely east. We're going to bring it up until eventually we reach the other edge case, which would be when I'm halfway to the 10, so it's +5, and we'll see what that returns. And it returns 4, and that is a little worrying. Oh no, I did make the same mistake again. In -5 to go north, I went south. Okay, it's 3. It's 3. Okay, well, if I go -1 more, and it should get to 2, and then we're good. 2. I want 2. 2. I got 2. So that one's working. 2, 3. We're going to do 4 next. So 4. This one is the same in effect, I think, because it's a mirror image of or it's, whatever. It's equivalent of the one that we just did to get between 2 and 3. So let me copy this code down to the 4, and instead we'll do ESE, and it's east. And if it is east, it's going to be the 4, not the 5. So we're going to do the 5 here. Otherwise, we go to C, D, E, S, E, R here, load A, immediate 4 RTS. I think that one fixes that test, and we're just going to check that out now. So let's start. With the down, I'm going to go down and then across. So if we go down, that's +10. I'll put a 0 here. I'm going down. Lovely. What have we got? 8. That's entirely plausible. Well, we're on an edge case. So if I add 1 in the X, we're slightly to the east. I have got 6 back, which is great. because that's what I would want. It's 2 less than the 8th. Now, if I keep going on like that, eventually I will get to the edge case, which is 5 against 10 that we see there. This is probably going to be 6 again. Yes, it is. Now I go a little bit further. I go to 6 pixels, and now it should go from 6 down to 4. It didn't. Okay, so that was not... It stayed at 6. So now we need to see why that is. So looking at the code, I'm checking to make sure that it is actually, because I'm testing the wrong thing. I haven't done 6. We're testing 4 and 5. That was a bit of a brain thingy. Yes. Yeah, it was a bad test. Let's start again. I need to go north. I need to go southeast. So if I'm going southeast, I get 5, which is good. Now I'm going to sort of move upwards a little bit. And yeah, I still get 5. But when I get to the edge case, I should get 4. And if I go to 6 from 5, I should get 5. Yes, so that one is working. Now we do the 6. So I did the test for the next one by mistake. So this one is going to be a very similar one to the 0-1 test. So I'm going to copy that one. That's this one here. And we'll add that to the 6. So this is SSE East. So if we don't go do that one, then we get the 6, which I think is absolutely fine. And then otherwise we take this here and we plonk it here, and I wish it wouldn't do that. And then we do load a immediate 5 RTS. Oh, I already have 5. Seven. Yeah. Let's test this one out. So I'm going to go and start off with it going down south. It's going down south. And we've got the test case. Gives us 8, which is entirely plausible. And then we're going to, it was edge case, we're going to go to the east by 1 pixel. And we now have 6. This is incorrect. I'm expecting 7. So let's reverse the sense of that and try again. We should get 7. I've got 7 now. And now if I move to the edge case between 6 and 7, I've still got 7. I move a little more, I should get to 6. And I do. So that one's working. All very close now. That's 6 and 7 done. 4 and 5 done. 2 and 3 done. 1 and 0 done. 1. So it's actually 0, 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Oh, 6, 7, 4, 5. We need 8 and 9. So I can get this. So 8 and 9 is comparing. Yeah. This would be south-southwest. South-southwest, but we're going west. And if we do south-southwest and we're not going west, then it means we're going more towards the south, in which case we need to load 8, which is the more south one, RTS. Otherwise, we need to do load A immediate 9 RTS. So let's try this test case. We're looking at it going south again. Oh man, right. And that's 8, which is what I would expect. That's the edge case still. But if I do -1, we're going a little bit to the east. Should still be 8, which it is. I go to the edge case between 8 and 9, which is 5. And we get still 8. Then I go a little bit further. And we should see it switch over to 9. Yes. So I think that one is good. Right. Now, the next one is we're looking at 10 and 11. And 10 and 11 needs to be the other way round. So this is where we divide x by 2 and compare it with y. And we need to do WSW, and we're looking at whether we're going more east. I'm going to work it out. I'm going to try it and see if it's right. So just make sure that it returns the correct for southwest south. Yeah, not east, west. So it's more west. So the more west version of this thing would be 11. And that would be 11. So this should be 10. Right. So we'll use that and load a 11 and an RTS. So we'll try this one out. To test this one out, we need to start with the diagonal southwest diagonal, which is -10 on the x and +10 on the y. So they're right on the edge case of that, obviously. We end up with, I was thinking again it broke, but no, we end up with 11. So is that correct? 8, 9, 10. I think it's the wrong way. It should really be 10, not 11. So let's try reversing that sense. Right, we've got 10. That's good. And then what I want to do is just keep moving to the left, to the edge case for 11. It's still 10, and then we just move a little more over, one more over, and we should have 11. And we still have 10, so I need to figure that out. I'm just insisting on keeping 10. What's gone wrong? It's on 10 and 10. That was going well. Yeah, that's 10 on the edge case. Let's see what happens if I just go a little bit to the east. It should probably switch to 9. Yeah, which it did. So that makes sense. So we're on the edge case. And what I'm going to do is move the X more over. Oh, right. It needs to be at least 20. So normally I've been doing it. Yeah, I'm doing this in a different way to the way I did the other ones. So I have plus 10, minus 10. Gosh, I think the edge case is here. In this, if I did that, would I get 11 there? So the other edge case is to do it this way, which is 5. That's 11. But if I do 6, I get 10. So by reducing that, I'm actually pulling it north until eventually it flips from 10 to 11. So I think that is actually correct. I suppose another way of checking it is to go to 12 and work our way down. So that would be minus 10 and 0 on here. And so I've got 12, and then I go down, say, minus 5. Still got 12. That's because I haven't done 12 yet. I do minus 10. I've got still 12. Minus 11, so I'm going more south. No, I'm going the wrong way. Plus 10, and then I can go to plus 15, which is more south. Then it goes to 9. But if I do plus 5, then I'm going slightly more north until we get to 11. If I do 6, then I get 10. I think that's fine. Next one we need to do is 12. And 12. So for number 12. Ooh. Mm-hmm. And if I go a little bit north, do we still have 12? Yes, we do still have 12. So we want to get to 12 and 13. So this one is the same as that one. And we do west, northwest, and even more west. And we take this and we plonk it there. And the one that's even more west is 13. So that's this one. And we'll probably have to change the sense of it. What have I got? It's got 13, but the one I'm doing is closer to 12 than 13, so let's change the sense of that. And so we've got 12 there, and if we get up to -5, the new edge case, we've still got 12, and then we go a little bit more, we will be at 13, so that's good. And then there's 14 and 15. I think I've done all of them. Did I do 14 and 15? I did. I think I've just done it. That's the whole lot. Wow. What's the test? Is there a way I could test this? Yeah, I suppose I could take the position of the ship and the position of the enemy, and I can make the enemy go towards the ship. That would be a good point to... a good test. That would be a good test, because I reckon it's done. I'm just going to comment out the test. So, removed the test, and we're running this, and yeah, that looks good. And what I'm going to do is, in the behavior of the enemy behavior, we had the random direction test, but I'm just going to try something else for a minute. That was the fire thing. Okay. So here I'm using a random directions, having got a direction. So I created a random direction, but I'm going to do a test to chase the ship. So for this, I need to load it was from and to. So the from is the ship location. So that is sprites x high plus what did I call it? Ship index. So I load the x coordinate of the ship index and I store it in $80, and then I load the y coordinate of the ship index and then I store it in 81. Then I load the enemy, the x of the enemy, and I store it in 82, and I load the y of the enemy and I store it in 83, and then I do JSR calc direction, And my A register now has the direction that I need. And I transfer A to Y. And that's it. So if this works, that little Greek letter should chase the ship. You should chase the ship. Are you going to chase me? I think it only does it on a random test, so maybe I need to do... I'd be surprised if it works first time. Oh, you never know. Whoa, what's it doing? That's weird. Dollar, right, let's check out direction. Transfer A to Y. After I do an arithmetic shift left, I have to multiply it by 2 before I use it. All right. We're going to see what we get. Come on, you can do it. You can chase me. You going to chase me? No, it's running away from me. It is. It's actually running away from me. All right. Why are you doing that? When I did this test case here, I said it's from 8081 to 8283. From 80... Yeah, I have them the wrong way round. That will cause it to run away. It's 82, 83, 80, 81. I don't want him to run away. I want him to come at me. And he should be chasing me now. Look at that. Ha ha! He's chasing me. You're a cute little thing. You're doing the little chasing thing. You're intelligent. You're alive. Oh, the thing of joy. Look at that. We could... I'll make him go faster, because then it will be more fun. If I turn off the... I'm going to turn off this... Oh my word. All worthwhile. All of that thing. He's like really chasing me. Oh my god. Was that worth it or not? It's working perfectly. I think I'm going to do a short with that and with that. My audience, I think there's only one person left. We have one person left, whoever you are. Thanks for hanging it out. Hanging it out for hanging out. And see you next time. Oh. Take care.